Appreciate that. Okay, so YouTube, we are launched up. For everyone on the YouTube and everyone here on Twitch that is just now getting here, let me read off the command we have. So basically, today, our plans for today, I didn't get the BS done for production Stripe, SendGrid, or paid Slack yet. I'll probably do that just off stream tonight because it involves a lot of like just signing up and possible doxing of who knows what. So I'll probably do that tonight. But today, here on stream, what we can do is we can work on handling the expiring payment source webhook and the email template for that. And then beyond that, we should start thinking about how we do our database backup process. And then once we figure out the database backup stuff, figuring out how and where we want to deploy, I'll probably just do Hetzner, but I'll try and sign up for that off stream too. Wings Sop ad, making you hungry for wings. Wings are good, man. Yeah, wings are delicious. Get some more of these. I'm still hungry a bit. But yeah, let's switch over to the right scene and let's go look at these webhooks. Man, yeah, these rice bites. They're good. So yeah, at your local Costco. Highly recommended. Highly recommended. What's up, Brainless? How you doing? Awesome. Writing unit tests, eh? Are you using AI to help with that, or just raw dogging it? Because that's one of the things that I would love to use an LLM for. That's fine. I don't write enough tests. I think creating, like using some LLM stuff to figure out what should be tested. Like, I don't know. I could just use my brain too. Have I written any tests for this project yet? No. To check your grammar? Yeah, it's not a bad idea. All right, so yeah, we got more to-dos in the database to evaluate too. That'll probably be the thing we wrap up with, depending on how deep we get into the database strategy. So I'm going to say database strategy pivots up. We do that right after this part. Grammar and documentation. Yeah, and that makes a lot of sense. Oh, they suck at playwright tests? Oh, that's not good. Because, yeah, that was exactly what I was hoping to have it do. Yeah, I didn't even read that typo. My brain's internal LLM knew what you meant. I hit those, like, hangnails or whatever. Anyway. So the part we got to work on, right? What webhook is the expiring payment source? I don't think I'm actually listening to that one. Let's look at our list. Girl from Peaky Blinders saying yes, chef? Hold on, wait. So you wanted to test it, and you were thinking about the girl that shows up on your YouTube suggestions, but you don't know her, so you're like, person that's on Peaky Blinders and a movie where they say yes, chef. A movie where they say yes, chef. Are you sure it's not The Bear where they say yes, chef a lot? Or is it, hold on, is it that Ralph Fiennes movie? Do they say yes, chef in that movie? It's a thriller? Okay, it's that Ralph Fiennes movie, I'm pretty sure, right? The Menu? Was she on Peaky Blinders? Okay, that makes sense. The girl whose eyes are too far apart? I forget her name. Anya Taylor-Joy, that's right, that's right. Oh, Grace Burgess? Someone else. Oh. It was Anya Taylor-Joy? Okay. Yeah, who the hell is Grace Burgess? Burgers. Never even heard of her. Alright. Yeah, she hasn't been in much, I'm guessing. You've seen like 40% of it due to the shorts? I read the spoiler. No spoilers here. But yeah, I do go to themoviespoiler.com sometimes. Just to like, if it's a movie I know I'm not going to watch, but I'm still curious about, like Jurassic World Rebirth, or I Know What You Did Last Summer, F1 the movie. Like, I'll just read the spoilers for movies like that. If it's a movie I actually want to watch, I won't. right? Like, I don't know. Yeah, most of these I don't really want to watch. I did watch Predator Killer of Killers. It was good. Hungry for food after designing what? Hold on. Wait. Josh, are you a bot? Or did you mean to type that in a different channel or something? So confused. You saw pizza on the screen. Oh, because because it was just something on like the movie spoiler or whatever. Linear is not open source. Nope. The free tier is free. I don't. Would you consider this a productivity tool? To me, it's more like a planning tool. But I guess those are the same thing. Yeah, I don't know. But okay, so let's go look at some Stripe stuff. I mean, that's kind of what this stream does anyway. This is a stream to make you hungry. That's one of our goals. Yeah, we made a food app at one point too. I do want to get back to it at some point. But yeah, I don't know. I want to launch a couple B2B things before I really pursue B2C. Though I do have another like good B2C app I think would be fun. The B2C app I'm thinking of would actually be using a lot of the bones from the app that we're making right now. Because it needs to be able to send notifications and stuff. Ooh, Moshiko. AWS is quite a rabbit hole. My recommendation, start with S3. And then move into CloudFront. Then at some point fiddle with like EC2. And then I think like Lambda and API Gateway. Right? You kind of need both of those at the same time. Cognito would be pretty good too. Yeah, and here's the thing. AWS Cloud Practitioner. Because AWS is massive. Right? When you ask for support at AWS, the support person you're talking to only knows maybe 30%. of AWS because it's got hundreds of services. This is the full list of AWS services. Yes. All that scrolling. Right? You can build an entire career off understanding and mastering AWS services. They probably added 2 more while I was scrolling that. Exactly. There you go. Yeah, light speed. It's like that scene from Willy Wonka when they're going through the tunnel. There's really no way of knowing which way the rowers are rowing. Because the tunnel keeps on going. And they show no sign of slowing. I know I messed up the song a bit, but yeah, close enough. Now, here's my recommendation. If you really do want to get into AWS, this is how you do it, right? And this is one of the few certificates out there in the world that has major value. Like, if you want to become a DevOps professional, this is one of your best ways into it. Like, if you have this, you could get entry-level DevOps roles. Now, the thing to remember is what you're going to do is you're going to do the training first, and then eventually you'll schedule the exam. The exam costs money. So you don't necessarily want to do this until you've, like, gotten enough info out of it that you think it's worth it. And hey, what's up, Amir? But yeah, this is one of the most valuable certificates you can get. And you can do the learning all on your own. One thing to remember is, and Messijo, this might not work for you because, I don't know, it just depends, but there are, like, places that you can go to learn this stuff too, right? They're called the AWS Skills Center. Right? So you can actually register for some of these free classes. I think there's some remote ones too that you might want to check out. I'm looking for maybe like a list of all of the locations. They've only got 3 so far. So 1 in Seattle, 1 in Virginia, and 1 in Cape Town, South Africa. These are probably a bit far, but you might be able to do like a remote for the Cape Town, South Africa one if that's closer to your time zone. Because I do think they do remote. They've got in-person and virtual. Yeah, so I'd say check out all of these like virtual courses. Register, sign up. I think it's free to attend this, right? Explore all free classes. Yeah, here you go. So as far as like digging into AWS, yeah, this is what you're going to need. My view on the web development market? I don't know, man. That's a pretty vague question. If you have something more specific, let me know. For who? Experienced developers have no shortage of jobs. Juniors have a tough time. That's it. Like, honestly, you can Google this shit. I don't find it actually that fun of a conversation. There's nothing new that we're going to say here that's not already said 1,000 times on the internet by now. Yeah, so you're in for a tough time. DevOps is still software dev, right? You still write software as a DevOps professional. There are companies that are doing operations and call it DevOps. You don't actually want those jobs. If as a DevOps person, you're actually in the data center, like setting up servers and shit, no, that's bullshit. They're lying. Yeah. All right, so what we want to do is Stripe web hook events. We want to look up what types of events there are. And this is expiring. Oh. Oh, subscription schedule expiring. So it's just two things. Hmm. So maybe we can't even do this. Yeah, this song's great. So, yeah, shit. Yeah. I don't think there's any way we can actually do that that endpoint. Yeah, so that was something that an LLM hallucinated when we were looking at what we should be doing. Like what hooks we should listen to. Interesting. So then we just gotta use the payment failed event, and that's all we can do. That's a little annoying. Well, okay then. So we go back to our issue tracking, and this becomes canceled. And then, yeah, over the limits, That one we can't finish up yet. I mean, we could do the over limit one, but we're not tracking the limiting properly. That's actually something we need to maybe do. Hmm. Yeah, so this actually makes me start thinking about how Walter needs to work. Right, for everyone unaware, Walter is the tool that I use for, or the tool that we're building to track and manage quotas and balances of virtual currency, or how many times you can do an action per month or whatever, right? Like it's it's a metering system. It doesn't handle the payment part of things. And I'm thinking, if I wanted to consume it, how would I do that? And we'd want to fetch like the plans, right? And we don't have the concept of plans in Messijo or in Walter yet. But yeah, and then how do we want users to cache things? And then also we need webhooks that we can allow them to listen to. Yeah. All right. So yeah, something to think about. So then, yeah, the DB backup strategy we need to work on. Hey, what's up, Mike? How you doing over on YouTube, Mr. Sir? My man. Yeah, what you been up to, man? Yeah, I'm doing great. And what's up, bedtime bear, Mr. Sir? When I saw your message about the golf stuff. Yeah, I'm thinking maybe next Sunday. I haven't looked at the weather, but I'm thinking next Sunday. Um, haven't decided where yet. Yeah? Yeah, like the upcoming one. Yeah. This coming Sunday. Does that work? We can always do 2 weeks out. You know, no rush. Sure, you're free. All right. Yeah, I think that'll work. Now we got to figure out where. I need to actually go out and practice up at the range a bit. And then Mike, yeah, you're deep in the middle of rewriting and upgrading an Expo app. Ooh. 2 weeks you're on vacation, so next Sunday works. All right, perfect. So good timing then. Yeah, do we want to do like a full 18, or do we want to do something smaller like the Inner Bay? Yeah. We're going golfing. And I like to use Sundays for that. I mean, I'm down with whatever. Would your partner like to join? Do we use a golfing app? No, I've heard Golf Now. Sometimes you can get deals. She's probably a no. Okay. Just double checking. Just making sure. Yeah, we'll figure it out. You work on a golfing app, Strawberry. I mean, feel free to shout it out. It makes a lot of sense. You're down in Arizona. That's like Gulf Central. What else is there to do down there? No, feel free to plug it. Do you work on Golf Now? Because that's the one I've used in the past. And yeah, Strawberry, we did the giveaway. You didn't win. Sorry. There's only 11 people, so it was good odds, but yeah. Standard pointer here in chat one. I don't know if they're here in chat today, actually, but yeah, they're in chat often. And hey, what's up, Krasner? Yeah, how's everyone doing? Like, y'all enjoying your summer? It's been a good, mellow summer here in Washington. August could suck. Is Get Kraken ever going to add linear support? It's tough, right? Like, we'll never be able to support everything. I'd love it if we had, like, a public API. Because then people could wire up their own integrations. Yeah, that's something I really want us to do. Like, set up either a plugin system or a public API or all sorts of stuff, you know? The golfing app on your Apple Watch is the best thing since sliced bread. You think that, Dev, every time you use it? Yeah, which app is that? You might be thanking Strawberry. Still use Jira? Yep. Yeah, I mean, I think it'd be smart. Like, the more of those things we support, the broader it works. But yeah, it just ends up being like a lot of like stuff in there, you know? I really like the idea of using something like XDism. One thing to remember, though, is that plugin systems become complicated very quickly. So, right, they're shouting out XTP, right? XDism is just the plugin part of things. And it means that you can use any language that compiles to WASM. Well, almost any language that compiles to WASM. So, yeah. Technically... Oh, wow, this is broken, guys. Yeah, concepts. So there's the idea of the host and the plugin. Hold on, I gave a talk about this stuff. I'm trying to find where I got some of the info. I really, really like the idea of WASM as a plugin system. I think it's very smart. So yeah, like host SDKs. So here we go, right? All of these languages can support plugins, right? What you can write those plugins in, I think that is separate, right? Plugin development kits is a little bit less. But you could write and compile to WASM from all of these languages into these languages, basically. So if your app is written in this, people could write plugins using any of that, which is really, really cool and very smart. So if I was going to build a plugin system, I would use XDism as the boilerplate. Now, one thing to remember, though, is that once you build a plugin system, you still got to think about, like, well, how do people discover plugins? And how do people do any of that stuff? Right? And no, feel free to shout out the name here, guys. I'm curious about the one you work on. You don't do green maps on the watch currently, but that was your last project. Oh, so you work on the one he uses, right? Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, that's fucking cool. All right, so golf shot. I'm going to get it right now. That way I don't forget. Let me do that. You're stuck in tracking and monetization stuff right now, which can be a bit annoying. But yeah, no, I'll give it a shot for sure. And hey, bald bearded builder, Mr. Sir. Hope you're having a great day. For everyone on YouTube, we just got rated by Bald Bearded Builder, who is working on building Microsoft Power Toys in public. And hold on, which is the one that you work on? Damn it, I forgot. I'm so sorry. Command Palette. Yes, that one's awesome too. It's like a Windows version of Spotlight or like some of those other things. What's like the popular one that I'm forgetting the name of? It starts with like an R, maybe. Raycast. Yeah. Is Raycast Windows as well, or is Raycast just Mac? It has Windows in beta. Oh, yeah, so they got a waitlist. Interesting. Yeah, I'd be curious about the competition between the Power Toys and Raycast. And, I don't know. Yeah, pretty cool stuff, though. Like, just awesome that Microsoft does things like that, not just their big flagship stuff. I think it's really cool. Everyone joining from the raid, the thing we're working on right now is We need to start thinking about our database backup strategy and how we set that up. I think that's like the next most important step. There are other things that I need to track that I kind of forgot about. And hold on, before I forget. Implement limits to actions event, or to event/notifications. The values in the DB, but we are not tracking and preventing overages. So we got to do that at some point too. To R2, that's Cloudflare, right? Yeah, I'm on the fence. I'm probably just going to use Backblaze. It'd probably be smart to be redundant with it. Do R2 and Backblaze. Or Backblaze and something else. Yeah, and it's S3 compatible. Like, you can use an S3 SDK, which is the nice part. And hold on, anyone out there that uses TikTok, could you maybe go give that video a quick view? Anyone on YouTube that wants the link, let me know. I think we're going to get it up as a YouTube short here tomorrow anyway, so I can just share that tomorrow. But yeah, we got like a new social media manager that encouraged me to make like it's a TikTok for the company, and I think it's a fun one. It's a day in the life of a dev, but it's actually like an honest one that I think is kind of fun. It's our best performing TikTok in a long time. All right, currently sitting at 2,500 views. So yeah, if you could maybe go help it out, give it some love, give it a like, comment, whatever, that'd be cool. It's just barely our most popular. We got one more that's like just 100 less views than it. But I'm still pumped. I'm still pumped on it. So yeah, implement limits to events/notifications. We'll move that to here because some of the other stuff I need to do, such as pivoting to SendGrid, setting up Stripe production, signing up for paid Slack, deploying the back end, a lot of those require like credit card details and blah, 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 and stuff where, I don't know, it's just better if I probably do that stuff offline. But yeah, the DB backup strategy, I think we can do. Yeah, I'm going to use SendGrid. Resends, like, per second limits are ridiculous. Yeah, I mean, everybody gets a console log. Exactly. Yeah, thanks. I appreciate that. Thanks, Bedtime Bear. But yeah, so let's go look at this. S3 compatible storage providers. And yeah, what's everyone up to coming from Bald Bearded Builder's raid? And yeah, Bald Bearded Builder. What were you doing specifically today for the command palette? If you're still out there, I understand how it goes when you raid. All right, so what I'm thinking is I want to look at wasabi. All right, let's look at their pricing. $6.99. Let's read the frequently asked questions. So no matter what, there's a minimum $7. Let's look at Backblaze's pricing. They are also $6. And that's fine. We're just looking at some of the others just to be sure. I'm not really that worried about the egress. Just self-host Minio? I mean, for the price of self-hosting Minio, I could probably just pay for any of these other things, right? Like if I'm gonna self-host Minio, I probably need to spend at least $5 a month as well, right? So it doesn't save me anything. Yeah, so as far as 10 gigs a month, yeah, Cloudflare is probably the move. And I'm probably going to want to sign up for Cloudflare anyway. Yeah, let me get more music going. I don't know who you are. This is your first time chatting and you just followed. Seems a little spammy. Yeah, account created 2 days ago. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. But yeah, so R2 does seem like the move. If we did AWS, we'd be paying like a penny a month as well, though. And yeah, our database will never grow big enough to need the full 10 gigs. So what we'd be able to do, based on their past billing practices, yeah, Cloudflare does kind of screw people sometimes. For backups, it's not going to matter, and I think I'm going to want to do Cloudflare anyway, just to like get like a WAF in front of everything. Yeah, I mean, I do want to do redundancy anyway, so I think we're probably going to have to do both. Yeah. If I can get the backup process done right, I can reuse it for everything, right? For everything that I'm self hosting, at least. Yeah, exactly. I think it's trickier because DDoS protection, like, the app is just the app. Protecting the API is a separate thing. Is there a good way to protect like API endpoints with Cloudflare? Yeah, so I'm going to need both. Okay, so then at this point, what's the best way to write the script that does the backup process. It's probably just going to be a bash script. But then, like, how do I do the signing and all that BS? So the AWS CLI would do it. Or we could use rclone. No, I don't want to couple any of this to the Elixir process. No, I don't want Elixir to be part of it at all. I want the scripting to be bash or something completely outside of the Elixir scope. All right, just I don't want Elixir to be the one bottleneck of being able to back up the database. For cron job stuff that is doing database operations and application stuff, I think so. Yeah, exactly. Yep, I'm going to have to write something like that. But the nice part is, once I write it, I've got it. Which makes me wonder, like, well, hold on. Has someone else done this? And maybe rclone is all we need? Yeah, hold on. I feel like I've used rclone before. Looks to me like rclone is the right way to go. I didn't know Hetzner had a thing called Storage Box. What is their pricing? Okay, it's not terrible. Ends up being cheaper, but still not as cheap as AWS or Cloudflare. Yeah, I think rclone is the actual move. Okay. What's interesting, they don't actually have it in there. Yeah, weird. Okay. Yeah, yeah. And this is just for database backup, right? We're not doing any user storage of images or any of that junk. Oh, let me check one thing over here. Oh, and hold on. Let me reply to this. It's all right. Let me do just one quick work thing. Okay, cool. Yeah, we just got like two pretty good ambassadors added to our Get Kraken ambassador program, which is cool. All right, so let's look at configuration. If we look at Backblaze, just as an example. Okay, so you end up giving it a name, and that's how you can configure two at once. Okay, so then this would be just some like ClickOps style thing that I just do when I first set up the server, and then theoretically it's good forever. Okay. Yeah. All right. So we got to start setting up some of this logic. Just trying to think what's the right way to do this. Probably need to go register for these services. Yeah, that's the right move. Which means, yeah, let me log into some stuff. Bring Fastmail out over to here. And I am definitely doing this through that. Yep, they remember this machine. The email is this. I think I'm signing up for enough junk. I'm going to create a 1Password account. Oh, is there not a free tier for 1Password? Oh. So I should just pay for personal. Or I just sign up and I deal with this part later. Ugh. I've been meaning to set up 1Password. Yeah, it's fine. Give me a sec. All right. So, created the 1Password account. All right, we're going to create a new vault. We're going to call it Messijo. Google Chrome extensions. And yeah, sorry I can't share all this. It's just, I don't know. I don't want to leak some of this junk. Do I get it to mark this step as complete? I don't want to import my shit. Okay. Well, let me at least show this for now. Because we don't care about this part or that part. That part we'll do in a sec. This right here is super fucking annoying, dude. There's no way for me to be able to skip this. I don't want to import my shit. I don't want to do that. But yeah, how you doing, Fallen? What are you up to? No, I don't want to use a chatbot. These fucking chatbots suck, man. They suck so bad. Never, ever, ever, ever have onboarding steps that you can't hide. So fucking annoying. And it seems to be using like a zoom that I can't change. Like, I wouldn't mind zooming out of the extension. Like, how is this so damn broken? I fucking hate this. It won't go away until I import 5 fucking passwords. No, I don't want to do that. All right, whatever. Chrome. Change zoom of extension pop up. Right click the extension. That's not what I want. Disable the extension or uninstall it. I mean, I could. Would that get rid of the start here thing? Because that's all I want to do. I want the extension. I just don't want this taking up a quarter of the fucking screen real estate. That's it. Like, that's all I want to do, man. Okay, while the pop-up is open, I can right-click. Maybe. No, I can't. All right, so they're saying copy and paste the URL. How? What's up, Lil Bitty Diver, not driver. How you doing? Bob who? Uncle Bob? Just Bob. Good, because we're not fans of Uncle Bob here. We are currently trying to set up our deployment strategy, or not deployment, our backup strategy for the app so that we can actually send it out. You needed a variable for a new user, and Bob was the name. Ah, gotcha. So yeah, we're doing eventually some Elixir code, and the project we're working on is this. All right, so we're building that app. The tasks that we need to do are basically here in to do. So our database backup strategy is what we're working on currently. So I need to sign up for Cloudflare and AWS with my application's email addresses, and we're going to do some of that. And then, yeah, we need to implement some like limits based on the billing tiers and some of that junk. But then, yeah, after that, maybe tonight I need to go and set up some of these things like an account on SendGrid and enable Stripe production access and, you know, sign up for the paid Slack. And then eventually we deploy out. But yeah, what were you doing on your stream, Little Bitty Diver? I saw Learning Go. What part of Learning Go are you on right now? Yeah. So, I mean, we can show you the app. I think that would be a fun thing to do. Let me make sure I got all of this stuff going. All right, so basically, the app ends up looking kind of like this, where you would add keywords you want to listen to. And this account doesn't have any keywords yet, so what if I wanted to add GetKraken? Because I work for GetKraken, so why not? The user we want to ignore, I forget the name of GetKraken's account. I think it's just at getkraken.com. Yeah, at getkraken.com. And we'll call that good to go. We're going to add another. It'll be for GetLens. So if you're unaware, I work for GetKraken as a developer advocate. And one of the things that I'm kind of like building is a way that we can like listen for stuff on GetKraken, right? And it's not just for our stuff on Blue Sky, but it's not just for GetKraken. I think this is something I need for all these other apps I want to build and all that stuff. So this is a product that I think is going to have some value that we can also use at GetKraken. So I'll give them a free forever license or whatever. And yeah, I think it should be kind of fun. So yes, as we keep going, right, we'll add in at getkraken.com here too. Right, create the keyword. And now we are theoretically listening for these events on Blue Sky, which is cool. We want to add other platforms like Reddit, Hacker News, and Lobsters. But right now the MVP is just Blue Sky, and then we add other stuff. And then you can then add the notifications that you want to get notified by. So that could be currently email or Slack. We might also enable you to get notified in Microsoft Teams or Discord. I'm sure there's others too. But the main idea is just allow people to pay me money to get notified when they get mentioned on these platforms. That's kind of the goal. And yeah, maybe this makes more sense, right? Like a message on any of these platforms then goes out to Messijo, which is the name of our app, and then however you want to get notified of it. But yeah, have a good night there, Shep. So yeah, real quick, like you paused Python to begin learning Go for a project with Trash Puppy coming up. Today you got through struts. Okay. And you're going through boot dev to learn Go. Cool. Yeah, I think that works. Is that Melky's course? Or is that like one of the core boot dev ones? Netflix, by the way. That one's taught by Lane. Got it. Yeah, that makes sense. So yeah, learn Go. Oh, they don't even offer links to like learn more. Weak. Weak. Hold on. Here we go. So yeah. Yep. Lane does the Learn Go course. Cool. Hold on. Let me double check this. Yep. I feel like there's a couple others. Like, wish you could search by author. Yeah, Prime does the Get one. I thought Melky did one, but maybe he's just planning one. Am I thinking of Front End Masters? Yeah, it must just be something he was thinking about. Melky has one on YouTube? Okay. That one's also Prime. Yeah, it might be Front End Masters that I'm thinking of. Yeah, here's Melky's. Complete Go for professional devs. That must have been it. Yeah, that must have been it. What's up, Aragorn? How you doing? Oh, I don't know. You don't want to get yourself in tutorial hell. Now, the best way to fill in the gaps is just to start building stuff. Yeah, tutorial hell is definitely a real thing, and you got to be careful of that. Like, you're almost like getting into it already by jumping from Python to Go. In my opinion, if you learn one language well, you should be able to learn others pretty well too. But like, you shouldn't need a course anymore at that point, in my opinion. So, yeah, I don't know. I personally think you really need to just finish one language and build some stuff with it. And then learning the next language becomes easier. And the language after that, even easier. And the language after that, way easier. Right? Because you start worrying less about syntax BS and more about like application structure. And then it's just simply like, well, how do I do thing in thing? Rather than let me learn all the fundamentals again. Like, I'm a major polyglot. I may not be the best developer with any of the languages I use, but for one project, I built SDKs for a feature flag thing in like 10 languages. Let me list them. So, TypeScript, Go, Rust, Elixir, Python, PHP, Swift, Kotlin, OCaml. I think there's one more. And that's just for like one project. Because then it becomes easy, right? I built the initial SDK in one language, and then it's just taking that logic and porting it over to other syntaxes, which is then really simple. My favorite way of learning a new language, actually, is to rebuild something I've already built in another language. So, I don't know. I would recommend that approach, but I get it. You're trying to do the Go thing to work on a project with Trash Puppy. I get that. That makes sense. Yeah, I've got another thing that I've built. Proficientim. The joke is, if I had had this before I made it, I would have had a better name for it. Technically, Proficientim is bad Latin words meaning good name or whatever, right? Or good namer. But the idea is, let's say I'm looking for a domain name. Let's just call it namer, right? That's the word we're looking for. Good, right? We hit enter. And domain names that are available are good nominator, good decider, whatever. They're not great domains. So maybe namer and good here. Right. This is just to like able namer. Ooh, that would be great. Able namer. Bam. Domain name available. That is, oh my God, 986 available domain names. Oh, I did this over 10 years ago. Let's just say exactly 10 years ago. I did the original version of this over 10 years ago. I rewrote this front end from React to Angular when Angular 2 came out because I had been doing Angular JS, like some large-scale applications for companies. I had done React, I had done Ember, I'd done a bunch of them, but Angular 2 had just came out, and I was like, well, how do I want to learn Angular 2? I went to the Angular Hack Day, and I rebuilt this front end in that one, like, 2-hour session because I knew exactly what I wanted to build. I wasn't thinking about what I want to build. I wasn't brainstorming and making features. I was just porting, right? So porting is the way, in my opinion. So because of that, I was able to knock this out. Done. But the back end for it is actually a Node.js app. Oh, exactly. The back end is a Node.js app, but I wanted to learn Rust and Go and Elixir. I decided to rebuild the back end for this in all of those. And I forget the exact order. I think I did Rust first, then maybe Elixir, and then Go. So let me describe what the backend does. The backend is just a REST API with two endpoints. The first endpoint is looking up synonyms. So you take a word here, you submit it to the backend, and that backend endpoint that looks up synonyms hits two APIs. One of them is XML, and the other is JSON. So, right there, I'm checking 3-4 big boxes. How do I create a post endpoint in a REST API? right? So that's number one. How do I make an HTTP request to a third-party server, right? Someone else's API. That's two. How do I parse XML? How do I parse JSON? So I'm already checking like 4 major boxes of things that I'm going to need to do with pretty much any backend application, any backend REST API. Then from there, I needed Redis for caching the synonym results from the dictionary APIs because, you don't want to hammer those APIs and get rate limited. I also needed to I need to do like whois lookups to see if the domains are available. Right, so there's like 6 major things that I need to do that I can then help evaluate whether I like or dislike the language I'm using to build the application. And I did all of these things, right? It's not a huge application. There's no auth or any of that BS, but it's enough to know if I like working with a language, if I want to build APIs with it. It took me 23 hours to do it with Rust because that was the first one of these ports. It took me 21-ish hours to do it with Elixir, and it took me 19 hours to do it with Go. Now, technically, because of the order in which I did them, there's definitely going to be a little bit of, well, I've got these patterns and I'm now, I'm quicker and quicker at implementing them. But also, like, some of these things are just easier in other languages. The thing about the Go was, it may have taken only 19 hours. It felt like it took longer because I spent maybe the last 2 hours of the time that I tracked on this trying to figure out why I wasn't getting the right data from the JSON. Because of marshalling and unmarshalling JSON in Go has one real quick trick about you better make sure that your stuff is capitalized. Otherwise, it's private. But it's in this same file. It's not going anywhere. But no, you're passing that struct into the JSON marshaller or unmarshaller. And that is then looking at private versus public. Their documentation used to be really bad at pointing out, that if your API is spitting out lowercase stuff, you're going to have to uppercase it and give it like that little handle on the JSON. So I just wanted to point out that there are certain things Go could do that would make it just so much easier for first-time users. Even if it saved me time, it felt like it took longer. Whereas, even if it took longer writing the Rust and the Elixir, it didn't feel that long. I'd rather take longer and enjoy the time than move faster and not enjoy it. I still use Go for certain things. I don't use Go for building REST APIs. That's my own personal choice. Feel free to differ on that. My main goal with building REST APIs is I want it to handle the boilerplate for me. Yeah, exactly. Fallen Learns. That's exactly how you would do it, but their docs didn't have that before. Their docs were missing that JSON : name thing, which was really, 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 really annoying. So that was the way they fixed the problem. I think a better way to fix that problem is to add a training wheels mode to the compiler. That would be way better. Yep, that would be just so much better. If they could just add a training wheels mode to the compiler that does a bunch of reflection and lets you know some of these things, then cool. Yeah, you do that when you're learning Go, and then you're done. Right? Then you go back to a faster compile. But for trivial applications for beginners, the extra compile time isn't that big a deal. If they actually cared about their users as a language, they would add a training wheels mode. Because the errors were not even very good. Meanwhile, you make an error, right? You get something wrong in your Rust code, and Rust is like, well, here's the error. Here's 3 or 4 ways that it could be wrong, but if you want to see every way that you might have made this mistake, just add verbose, and we'll give you all of the ways that this could have possibly gone wrong. And it's just, dude, the errors in Rust were amazing. It was just so easy to figure out what was going wrong. Until you get into things like lifetimes. Lifetimes I still get confused by. I understand what they are. I don't like using them. So anytime Rust yells at me about lifetimes or the borrow checker, right? Like value was moved or whatever the error message is, just clone it. When in doubt, clone it out. A lifetime is basically a tag for the Rust compiler to recognize when something could be cleaned up, right? And it's not even necessarily cleaned up because it's not garbage collection, but it does give a hint to the compiler at what point this thing is going to be deallocated. So you can attach a bunch of references or just, variables to a specific lifetime. And that way it knows, well, hey, I'm not going to throw any of these away until we throw all of them away. That's the best explanation I can give because I don't care about lifetimes. If it yells at me about lifetimes, I just clone it. I don't care because the compiler is also smarter than me. The compiler is able to elide away a bunch of my clones. So I can write clone heavy Rust code, but the actual resulting assembly is not clone heavy. So I personally just prefer to lean on the compiler. It will get something fast enough in most cases. And then if you need to optimize it, then optimize it. But premature optimization is a problem. So the people that are purists about, oh, no clones in my code, they're seeing the forest for the trees. They're treating it like C rather than Rust. Yeah, Cosmosis, but that's what I'm talking about, right? Like .clone is technically less memory safe. You're blowing up the memory usage in theory, but you're not actually doing so. It's very similar to when people complain about .map versus for each versus for loops in TypeScript. It doesn't matter. Let the just-in-time compiler save you from that BS. The compiler is smarter than us. Right? What's the name of Dr. Strangelove? Or Dr. Strangelove, or How I Learned to Love the Bomb, or something like that. I want to make this quote right. Or How I Learned to Stop Worrying and Love the Clone. Boom. Nailed it. That's fine. I get that, Cosmosis. It just depends on what you're doing. In general, think about what the best investment of your time is. And I think, yeah, in your case, if you'd rather just get better at C++, sure. But if you could just get good at Rust, I bet there's a whole heap load of situations where you can get the safety of Rust, right? Like the race condition prevention and a whole bunch of that stuff. And save yourself the time that you'd spend debugging that same thing in C++. So it really just depends. If you're doing a lot of threading, Rust would definitely save you from a lot of the foot guns of race conditions and, borrow after free and blah, blah, blah. Or copy after free or whatever it is. You know what I mean. I don't do enough C++. I forget the name of it, right? But in general, I think just learning new languages makes you better with the other ones you do, right? You can take the stuff that you get in Rust and apply it to C++, at least a little bit. Let me get more music going. You agree unless you're doing low latency trading and your architecture is efficient, code optimization isn't that big of a deal. It is. Anytime you're spending on optimization instead of features is wasted time. Like even low latency trading benefits from staying ahead of the game and implementing new features rather than doing weird performance BS. Like if you can get the same performance without having to optimize, that's a win. Now with high frequency trading, sure, I get it, right? Like 1 millisecond is equal to millions, possibly billions of dollars over some aggregate. I understand. I get it. I just wonder if your ability to implement other decision strategies faster is better than that even. But I don't know. It's not anything I work in. In general, performance optimization is a nice problem to have. If you've already figured out all the feature stuff you need, and performance optimization is the only thing left to do, that's a nice problem to have. And yeah, what's up, Damon? Here's something I want to share. I love this blog post. So it's from Junior to Genius. And this really does point out what I think is most relevant for performance optimization, right? So we'll go over it. I want to make a YouTube video about this because I think it's just a fantastic blog post. The idea is we're going to take a simple checksum method and hand it to 6 different developers, right? They're fake. They're not real developers. They're just, maybe it is a real problem. I don't know. I don't remember if this is an actual case study or if it's kind of made up, but we can pretend it's real. So the junior just probably found something on Stack Overflow for a nice, quick, easy 32-bit big endian checksum on an array of bytes. Pretty straightforward. And this is all C# code. So there's some constraints first. Number 1, it needs to be C#.NET 6, so going to some other language doesn't matter, right? It has to be this. Constraints are the mother of creativity. It has to be single-threaded, so we're not going to explore parallelizing this stuff. And it needs to be x86, so ARM and WASM are not considered either. So here we go. This is some C# code. And it's just doing a quick and easy checksum. It's pretty straightforward, you know, it reduces 4-column sums and blah, 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 right? Like, who cares? Whatever. So, I know what you're thinking. They just copied it from Stack Overflow. If you're a junior, I'm telling you, that's okay. Everybody does it to some extent. And yeah, no worries, Cassidev. But be sure you understand what you're copying. So that's important. So then the pro jumps in. They're tasked with optimizing this. This checksum actually ends up being on the hot path of, you know, some heavily used part of the back end. So now, right, the pro, who's been around a bit and learned a few tricks, but still isn't necessarily senior, first thing they do is they create a benchmark. That way they can know if they're actually optimizing this thing. So, cool, they benchmark the original, and that's the value they get. All right. Is that good or bad? 1.8 milliseconds for 1 megabyte of data seems pretty fast, but the test is clear. Make it even faster. So, all right, they start doing loop unrolling, which is, well, yeah, if you got 4x equals 0 and you're incrementing by 1 each time and you do your work, technically this incurs work as well. So you can do more work per this set of steps. And that's what loop unrolling is. So then they do that. Cool. Pro's version does that loop unrolling and some other BS, and they're able to speed it up. Right? They're able to take 1.8 milliseconds and bring it down to 0.4 milliseconds. And real quick, thanks, Lil Bitty Diver. Have a good one. Real quick, let me just pass you this link if you want to give it a read later, because I think it's a very, very good read. So yeah, the Pro already improved things. Man, good job. 5 times faster. Nailed it. So now let's consider, what about years on the road as a senior? Well, with the same simple mandate, make it faster, the senior who's been around a while knows a bunch of like C and knows pointers and understands assembly code. So they start doing some junk. And, they're only showing the relevant parts of the loop. So what we start seeing here is, looks to me like they're doing what seems like some bit masking or something. Like, one of the big things is they changed it to fixed, Right? Let's see what they say. So they mark the method as unsafe, which speeds it up. They acquire a pointer to the array inside of a fixed scope. So that prevents the garbage collector from relocating or moving it. And they keep an eye on the resulting assembly code. Right? So you can see the difference between an int and a uint. Right? One less operation in the resulting assembly code. Pretty cool. So yeah, right? Let's look at some more stuff. The decompiled assembly, we can see the relevant chunks. And basically from Pro to Senior, this is the Pro's resulting like major part of the loop. And then this is the Senior's major part of the loop. So he's able to eliminate a bunch of assembly operations. Cool. And I'm going to go this a little quicker. We're going to, jump ahead. So then what about a hacker? Ooh, right? So Senior's solution is great. It takes outside the box thinking. We don't see the benchmark of it, but we'll see it later. And the hacker then starts doing a bunch of like bit masking magic, right? Hacky. This is basically like write-only code. Nobody's going to read this and be like, oh yeah, I totally get what's happening right now. Or very few people are going to get that. So I think we've all dealt with write-only code before. It sucks. It's actually a huge problem in organizations. But we can see that they are, they're doing so much hackiness. Hackety. What we end up seeing is the baseline, 1.8 milliseconds, and we're basically doubling the speed of this at every iteration. So we've gone from 1.8 milliseconds to 0.1 milliseconds. That's huge. That's massive. Right? So a 2 times improvement over the seniors with code that may look like garbage to the untrained eye. So then, they explain what's going on and how the bit masking's working and all that BS. Sure. But then, when do you actually call an expert? And why is an expert called an expert? Well, the expert looks back at the first version of the method. Right? Like, look at it. We saw the previous people that were optimizing. Oh, yeah. Who cares? Uncle Bob sucks. He's an asshole. I am too. We can smell our own. But he's an asshole in a way different way. He drinks from a cup that says liberal tears on it. He's like the worst asshole. Anyway, the expert, and how's it going, Condi? The expert actually isn't even really looking at the code. Like, sure, the other guys were looking at the code and optimizing the code itself, but the expert goes back and looks at, what is the task? What is the thing I'm trying to do? Oh, compute a 32-bit big endian checksum on array. Well, the clue here is the fact that it's a big endian checksum. Right? You could figure it out by looking at the code, but this comment line has been there all along. And as a recap of endianness, it's like the order of the bytes in memory. The majority of systems today are little endian, but what would happen if we were actually in a big endian system? The core loop would look just like that. We wouldn't have to do any of those other crazy shenanigans. It's exactly a 32-bit sum of the input array. But because we are in a little endian system, when reading 4 bytes, their order is reversed. All that's needed is to read an int, reverse their bytes, and sum it. So the expert's version ends up looking like this in the core part of the loop. Because the expert knows that C# ships with a reverse endianness function that is heavily optimized. No need for all that other crazy nonsense. You get actually readable code. It's still doing a bit of a loop unrolling, right? 32 bytes at a time instead of byte by byte. And with that alone, he's able to basically double the speed, or close enough to double. Right? The expert, with very little effort, just knows that he just needed to understand endianness and solve the problem. It's almost twice as fast as the hackers, with the added benefit of actually readable code. But wait a second. And yeah, like, it reverses the byte ordering. It translates to a single assembly instruction, which is pretty cool. But wait a minute. The expert also knows that we have the idea of SIMD, which is single instruction, multiple data, which means the CPU is able to heavily optimize that by using instructions that are built into the core instead of, like, code outside of that core, right? Like, these are things that are built into basically the firmware of the chip. So then he does some SIMD stuff, and we can see the evolution of SIMD and blah, 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 right? Anyone here old enough to remember when Intel had their, like, commercials, like, Intel with MMX, right? SSE, like all this other bullshit. Right? I remember those commercials. MMX is just some SIMD instructions for doing math faster, basically, right? And then all these other things are other instruction sets to be done extremely fast right on the CPU instead of having to go out to the heap or whatever, right? So then they start using AVX. And they realize they can do vector 128. So they increase the size of the loop, or the size of, like, the chunk that they're operating on. They're doing some load unsafe, blah, blah, blah. They're doing some shuffle, add, whatever. And then at this point, they've doubled the speed of that by using SIMD, which is insane. So not bad. Another 2 times improvement, 57 times faster than what the junior wrote, with more readable code. It's not doing the hacker BS. So then we see AVX2, right? Okay, speeds it up even faster, 85 times faster than the junior, but there's a wall in the way. And then this is where this doesn't even matter about your code. It matters about understanding the problem that you're solving. So it's important to notice that we went from processing 463 megabytes per second to 48 gigabytes per second. At these rates, the bottleneck becomes memory access and not the CPU. Yeah, the shuffle is probably there to flip the endians. So the system they're using has DDR4, which according to Wikipedia shouldn't be able to do better than 25 gigabytes a second. How is it possible it's running at 48? Because the data set is fitting within the, what do they call it? It's like the onboard cache of the CPU, right? L1, L2, L3 kind of cache stuff. So depending on the size, right, L3 sits much closer to a CPU than the memory does and can get speeds close to 200 gigabytes per second, but it'll vary depending on the CPU. If we were able to fit within L2 or L1, it'd be even faster. So with an Intel i7, you get 16 megabytes of data, right? At this point, you're closely hitting the specs of the memory they have. So depending on the size of the array, if you're doing a 10 megabyte array, you fit within the 16 megs. If it's a 100 megabyte array, you're hitting basically the limits of the speed of light between the RAM and the CPU. So the reason that they weren't going to do this, right, is L3 cache is shared among all cores in a typical CPU, besides the RAM bottleneck, blah, blah, blah. All this stuff would be fine. So yeah, can a genius take it any further? Can you get to 100x? But the idea is just simply, there's the step in the middle where people are doing these crazy optimizations based upon the code that they were looking at. And then finally, the expert looks at, how could I solve this problem, right? And they actually looked at the problem instead of the code. And that's the biggest thing we should do as software developers. Don't just blindly optimize the code you see. Think about if it's actually solving the problem in the right way. Well, not necessarily errors. They could have been, right? We would assume that, it's a checksum. It's not that complicated. Writing unit tests for it shouldn't be that hard. Let's assume that they didn't actually write any errors. They just wrote really hard to read code. So my point is, understanding the platform and the problem to be solved is far more important than understanding weird little performance hacks. And yeah, this is one of my favorite articles of the past few years. Yeah, they've hit the bottlenecks, right? That's it. That's all there is to it. Multiple cores could possibly chunk that 100 megabytes better, though, right? So think about that. Now, because the cores are sharing L3, that's not going to help. But if they had multiple CPUs, like a lot of server hardware does, chunking that to those extra CPUs could be massively helpful. So yeah, exactly, Cosmosis. But I don't know. This is just such a fantastic read. And it's with a language that people would normally consider slow. Oh, C#, that's slow, right? That's way slower than C++ or Rust or blah, blah, blah. No, not necessarily. Only if you're doing it wrong, Yeah, I mean, people have this mentality that C# is slow because of the garbage collector. I'm not saying it's slow, but it's one of the commonly expressed things. People think Java is slow because of the VM and the garbage collector. When instead, Google has two languages they allow for services, C++ and Java, because Java can get really, really fucking fast. That makes sense, Nathan. Yeah. I'm just talking about people's general perception of these things. In general, people assume C# slow. Yeah, it's possible. Yeah, maybe Cosmos. There you go. That's a good way of putting it. Optimized for CPU cache size with even Python. Yeah, exactly, right? If you're a good programmer, the language doesn't matter nearly as much. Understanding the problem to be solved is way better. Yeah. Oh, what was that? What was the framework called? Shit, I'm trying to remember the name of it. You probably remember it better than I do. There was a... No, it was for... You could write C# code and basically run it on an Xbox. No. XNA. XNA is what I'm thinking of. Yes. Microsoft XNA. Yep. Yeah, this is what people tried to do for Xbox Live indie games and stuff like that. And that's probably where like the C# slow like stuff came from. And this is most likely Cosmosis, what you were thinking of? You were thinking of Visual Basic, so you're thinking even older than XNA. Okay. Or maybe you were thinking of XNA. I don't know. Oh, people trying to make their own C# game engines from the ground up. Got it. Okay. It's a recursive acronym? I didn't know that. XNA is not acronymed. That's awesome. That's actually awesome. I didn't know that. All right, so real quick, I missed some follows. Brunda and is it Checkman or C Hackman? Oh yeah. That's Sans bullshit Sans. So right, it's just a font ligature. So the word agile gets replaced with BS. Big data is bullshit. The cloud is bullshit. And a paradigm shift? That is bull fucking shit. Checkman. Okay. Checkman. I can say that. I don't know what word that was, though. Agradacepi. Oh, I get it. Yeah, you're from Argentina? Yeah, no worries. Yeah, we got a few people that hang out here from Argentina. But yeah, if you want this, it really does make reading Wikipedia way better. So I highly recommend it. Totally up to you. And yeah, I did Flash back in the day. It was fine. Yeah, instead of auto bleep, it would be like auto swear. Anti-agile. De-buzzwordify. Yeah, Lightspeed. I don't know. I'd let you take the reins with that if you want to make it. Go for it. I got no qualms. You're right. It doesn't censor AI. It should at some point. Yeah, they need to update it. Blockchain. Ooh, that'd be a good one. But yeah, later, Standard Air. Have a good one. We'll see you again soon. All right, so I'm thinking we're gonna pour a whiskey. It's late enough. It's almost 5 o'clock. We spent a good chunk of time there ranting a bit. I think it was a good rant, though. No, Amir, we're just talking about ligatures. Ligatures are just a font. So data scraping has nothing to do with font, because you can just copy and paste the data. Wait, Ethan, did you really do that? This whiskey is Basil Hayden. It's a good one. Dude, do you have a fork of that? Whiskey! Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Ethan, I didn't know you did that. That's cool, man. Oh, we did play it on stream, huh? That must have been towards the end of stream. There have been a few of these. But yeah, if anyone doesn't know what he's talking about, I created a Python script that uses Whisper. And it basically just bleeps swear words that I could maybe theoretically upload to YouTube or something. Cool. Hell yeah. Ooh, forever free ticket to Squigglecop? Hell yeah. One second, sorry, I gotta reply to this. Let me get another album going while I'm replying to this. I should be replying to this on the desktop. I don't know why I'm doing this here. Whatever. Yeah, this was just a fun project, and it was something I needed because I sometimes swear like a sailor. The more whiskey, the more swearing. Yeah. Yeah, and that other old iPhone, oof. FFmpeg to transcode the bleep in. Yes, exactly. Yep. That was 100% it. It also generated the bleep, which is cool. And Little Bitty Driver, thank you for the follow. Appreciate you. Yeah, thank you for the raid again. I appreciate that. Yeah, this would be really good. Like, you know how like Prime and like a bunch of other streamers like bleep on their own? Nah. You can just auto bleep it. Problem solved. Ooh, and hold on. Looks like hmm. So hold on. My talk from SquiggleConf last year is going to be published, I think, on Wednesday. Yeah, on Wednesday. So yeah, I'll be sharing that out and hyping it up when I can. Um, oh, was it this channel? Yeah, perfect. And yeah, they mentioned that they're trying not to do like repeat speakers too much. You know, just variety and all that. But my talk proposal this year made them really consider. So yeah, pumped on that. Your talks are usually in front of, I'm guessing you mean directors? What do you mean by in front of directives? Okay, in front of directors. Yeah. Yeah, no, so I'm a developer advocate. It's kind of my job to like give talks. The one I proposed this year is like especially cool. It's how at GetKraken we ported from Flow to TypeScript. No, I get that. Yeah. Like presenting to the bosses for like proposals and status updates and blah blah blah. Yeah, I totally get that. But I'm giving that talk, the Flow to TypeScript one, at Commit Your Code this year. So yeah, SquiggleConf. You know, they decided to go with some other speakers, and I think that's the smartest way to go. But it's a fantastic talk. If you're over on the East Coast, you should definitely consider going to SquiggleConf. The CFP is closed. They probably need to update the website. But yeah, like if you're over East Coast, SquiggleConf is, I don't know, it's pretty close. It's in Boston. That's probably just a train ride away if you're East Coast Canada. So yeah, and oh, that's right. I'm on the CFP page. So there we go. Yeah, exactly. So I don't know, just throwing it out there. Yeah, we got a good contingent of Canadians here in chat. Ethan's another. I know there's like a few that I keep forgetting. Sorry. But yes, if you're interested in dev tools and I don't know, just like look at this. Some of the people that are speaking, it's awesome, man. Aunt Fu is going to be talking about make tools that people love. That seems a little softer, sure, but still really cool. Snapshot tests in Gleam. Yep, snapshot testing. Anyone remember when we made a snapshot testing library for Lua? That was pretty fun. Oh, Pete Gonzalez is giving a talk. Oh, this dude's great. He was at last year's. Yeah, he's giving 2 talks, and I'm pretty sure he talked last year too. But it's fine. I get it. No worries. This is another really good one you're probably gonna like. if you go to the conference. And the videos will be online eventually too. AOT compiling. Oh, hold on. I didn't mean to do that. AOT compiling TypeScript to WASM and native, right? So it's not just WASM. It's, right, like the AOT part. So yeah, New Duck is actually like a longtime member in Chatter here. I would be most looking forward to this talk right here, for sure. Teach's Zero to Squiggle with Language Server Protocol is probably a really good one, too. I bet Teej's talk would be awesome. So yeah, if you guys follow Teej, you get to see him speak in person if you go to SquiggleConf. And it's a good event. The lobster rolls are delicious. But yeah, Por4 is really like one of the coolest things being made right now, in my opinion. Right? JavaScript to WASM and JavaScript to native. Right? And he's got a track of... Dude, he's at 60%? Oh, he was at 40% last I looked. Yeah, dude, he's killing it. He is killing it. Yeah, dude. Awesome. Yeah, Oliver's the man. Canada Honk is another name he goes by. And he's not even Canadian. That's the funny part. He just likes geese, I think. Canada gooses are fucking majestic. Is it time for my goose story again? All right. Here's a quick goose story. I must have been like 5 years old. Like I was always on the young side of the grade I was in. So it was after kindergarten. I think I had just started first grade, actually. So however old you are in first grade, I was like 1 year younger than that, technically. So basically, we were moving from Texas to New Jersey. And we stopped off at one of my my dad's friends' like places. They owned what was basically just a trailer out in the middle of like North Texas or something like that. I don't remember exactly where this was, but I remember it being hot. I remember their baby was crying all night long, and I didn't sleep that night, like the first night we were there. But when we first got there, before any of that, you know, we show up on the property, we're saying our hellos, and they have this giant, like, flock of geese, like, on their property. Right? And they got, like, a little, like, you know, mini, like, wiffle ball, like, baseball kind of, like, field thing, or whatever, right? You know, like, you know, they got a decent bit of property, even though it is, like, a trailer on this property. The first thing they say to me, right? Like, we see the geese, and, you know, they see me just wandering around. They pull me over. They're like, hey, Chris, so here's the thing. If those geese get near you, right? Like, they can be a little territorial. If they get near you, don't be afraid to just whomp them, right? Just, you know, just like, you know, smack them with a stick or something. It'll be fine, right? They're okay. They're strong. And then my parents start bullshitting and chatting it again. And then, you know, like, oh, where'd Chris go? And they just see me, good 50 yards away, with the stick in hand, walking right towards the geese. Right? Like, dude, 5-year-old me was told, you can hit the goose. I'm going to hit the goose. I walk right up. You know, the bull goose, right? The leader of the geese is like trying to protect the flock. He's honking at me, right? And I just whomp him right in the neck. And my parents hear the sound of that goose. Like, he was like mid-honk as I get him right in the middle of the neck. And it's like, oh, or something like that. That's like kind of the sound my parents have made before. And they all fucking, like, go away from me. The bull goose, like, dude, I whomped him right in the neck, middle of the neck. Like, you see it fold almost. From then on, when we're playing on the little baseball field or whatever, the geese never came near me, right? I would run to second base and they would clear away. Like it did. Yeah, little Chris understood the animal kingdom better than I, as an adult, ever will. Right? And it's not like I kept beating it. I just whomped it once in the neck. Boom. Dominance. That's one of my parents' favorite stories to tell, actually, about me, like when I was young. Yeah, exactly, right? In geese language, they probably still tell stories about me, passed down through generations. All right, that mini human that made him regret ever challenging his authority. Like, I don't know, yeah. It's a fun story. Would I do it nowadays? No. Even given permission, unless it was coming up on me, but I actually went and initiated. So, yeah, that was a malicious 5-year-old. But not evil. You know, it's not like I kept beating it. It's just the part that my parents tell that I probably messed up was like, you know, like we're just chatting, you know, you kind of like wandered off, right? Telling me I just wandered off and, you know, and then all of a sudden, just out of the corner of their eye, they wonder like, where's Chris? And they just see me, little kid, wandering towards these geese. Like, boom. I don't know. It's a good story. I wish I could tell it better. If I ever write a screenplay and it involves like showing someone's like growing up, I'm going to work that in. It'll make it into the IMDb trivia. But anyway, let's get back to what we're doing. Now, am I dragging my feet a little bit on what I need to be working on? Yes, because I need to do some 1Password BS. So let me do this. It's going to suggest a password for me. Interesting that 1Password is not auto-completing that. But yeah, so I'm signing up for Cloudflare. We're adding it to Messijo. But it didn't actually catch it. God damn it, 1Password. You had one fucking job. Dude, I am less and less stoked on 1Password as this day goes on. Key pass? Yeah, I already paid for one password, so now I'm just like sunk cost fallacy. God damn it. So hold on. Log out. Oh. Wow, dude, their reset codes are no joke on Cloudflare. Yeah, I should have done anything but it. Like, I don't know. Yes, am I regretting it? A little bit. Ooh, so something Cloudflare is doing is they are not allowing the password to be autofilled. I find that really annoying. Okay, so hold on. I did that part. Let me double check some of this BS. All right. So I do need to use the restroom in just a sec. What we want to do is we want to set up Cloudflare R2 so that we can use it from Bash because we need to set up our backup process. My goal is to write the Bash script that we can attach to a cron job that backs up our database daily. I don't think we need everything, but we can do a daily backup, right? Like hourly, I don't think is necessary. All right, let me go pee. Give me just a second, and I'll be right back. Okay, hold on. Let me go grab some ice cubes real quick because it is a little like. All right. So we're back. I got a bunch of ice cubes. I think this is how I discover that I have heavy water where I live because no matter what, the ice cubes put floaties into the water. Which just means more calcium for me. All right. Vegas has hard water too. Yeah, it makes sense. What causes that? I'm curious. Like, why can't it be solved easier? God, and I can't wait to share the SquiggleConf video. Oh, hold on. Let me just comment this. Oh, it's why they flush the fire hydrant. Water heaters don't last that long. Yeah, I'm curious about the water heater here. You should run a softener to your water heaters. Here's the thing, a softener doesn't reduce the amount of calcium, though. Right? All a softener does is add salt. It doesn't actually remove the calcium. As far as I understand, no. So typically water softener systems just add salt. From what I've seen, from what I've read. Like, I'm sure there's more than one way to do it. You can reverse osmosis it, but I think like the common cheap way is just adding salt. Oh, is that it? Oh, so it's actually it's removing calcium. For some reason I didn't realize that, but it's just swapping it with sodium. Okay. But the sodium doesn't like cake up as much. Okay. Just don't drink it like that. Yeah, like way too much like sodium. It's like distilled water. Interesting. I mean, I use a reverse osmosis system for drinking water. Yeah, I still don't think like the system I have is like great reverse osmosis. It's just like an under sink like reverse osmosis system rather than like the hardcore industrial style. Yeah, the water where I live just tastes like shit. But I supplement calcium. Now it tastes terrible, and like I'm not sure I trust the pipes. Like I don't know. Seems like there's probably some like plastic bullshit in it as well. So I'm trying to just get rid of the plastic. Like I don't know. There's just something that tastes terrible about the water here. I get enough of like the minerals when I boil potatoes and pasta and some of that shit. So I'm fine with it. But I've never been on well water. No. Yeah. I think it's like some weird like PEX tube bullshit where I live. So I try and avoid it when I can. This apartment complex is kind of shitty. I'm looking forward to moving somewhere else eventually, but I'm in no rush. Can't afford to buy yet. I'm actually like close enough to where I probably could afford to buy. I just don't think it's the right time for it. And I'm on the fence about where I would buy. Yeah, interest rates are pretty high, but that's something that you can fix when they get lower. You can just refinance. The interest rates you're paying are still better than getting no equity from your rent, you know? Like basically anything I buy, it's triple the cost at the end of the 30-year mortgage. But it's still equity over no equity. Right? And hold on, if I think about it, 36,000 because I pay roughly $3,000 a month times 30 is basically a mill anyway. So yeah, like I'd pay an extra like at this cost, if I paid $4,000 a month for a mortgage, and then like the HOA of an apartment, I'd be somewhere around like 1.5. Yeah. I've been looking at places that are like 300 to 400. I'd be paying around like 3 to 4 grand a month, but then the HOA kicks in as far as a mortgage goes. If I go up to like 600K, it goes up to where like I'd be paying 18 hundo by the time it's over. So like, yeah, the amount I'm paying in rent with zero equity and like no value built, I don't know. I'd rather build some equity and value somewhere. And then if I want to move out, well, I move out and, I can take that equity and use it towards something else. So I don't know. That's my current thought process. Yeah, I'd love to just buy something outright. That'd be nice. But I don't know. Yeah, I'm just speculating. There's also like the time value of money. So it might not even be in your best interest to buy outright. I don't know. Right? If you can make a better return in the stock market than the interest that you're paying on the property, you should totally just do that. It'd be good security depending on where and what you buy, right? Property taxes, HOAs, things like that. No, and like the things I'm looking at are not homes. Dude, for 3 to 400K, I'm not getting a home. These are apartments, right? Or condos. So buying a condo, eh, right? Like that's something I'm on the fence about too. Yeah, except for HOA fees, right? HOA fees are like here in Seattle. I'm in Redmond right now, but in Seattle, you're looking at like anywhere between $700 and $1,000 a month for an HOA fee. I mean, in a condo, you're not going to escape an HOA. All right, HOAs are like mandatory when you live in a condo. So I don't know. It's just, it's tough. But I don't want to move somewhere shitty, you know, just to get a house and avoid an HOA. So that's how they get you. What repo is that? Yeah, exactly. The repo man. All right, so yeah. 128K. Damn, good job, man. When you say systems programming, what do you mean by that? You mean like Linux kernel? No, I've never worked on the Linux kernel. Assembly embedded, no. Oh, and check out that TikTok. Oh, all right. Hold on. Download folder. So yeah, they booked a photographer at SquiggleConf last year. I'm gonna check some of these. I might end up getting a new profile photo here at some point, depending on how some of these came out. But yeah, cheers everyone. Let's keep going. So the Cloudflare stuff I got to do. R2 object storage is what we're looking at. Just regular old storage. Do I have to add a card? It looks like yes. All right, let me do this. I gotta go get my business card. So, I mean, I verified, but yeah, they still need a credit card number because they want to charge you for overages. So, yep. I gotta go log in to the bank. Oh, they recently moved to Stripe and have been having a not good time, eh? Well, that's not good. And hold on. Wait, what happened? What did I miss? Is that a guitar in the background? Do I play? So that's a bass guitar you see right there. There's a banjo right there, and there's an acoustic off screen over this way, like an acoustic guitar. I'm bad at the banjo. I actually started out playing bass. I haven't played some bass in a long time, but you don't really lose it. I'm like a slap popper. And then yeah, on the acoustic for 100,000 channel points, you can make me play here on stream. It doesn't take that long. Like, we got people, yeah, we got some wealthy benefactors here in chat. Jason, how many points you sitting at right now? 1.5, 1.6? Something like that? Million? We got a couple channel point whales chilling here in chat. All right, so let me enter some of this here data. Stream without Beanie? You just got to wait till it's a hot day. I think tomorrow or Thursday could be one of those days. Wednesday is a day off, so you won't see me that day. But oh, yep. Yeah, they got that link BS for Stripe. I see it now. Your heat index got to 107 or 108. Oof. Oof. Your AC works too good? Yeah, I don't even have AC. It really upsets me. All right, add the R2 subscription. Okay. Cool. So, that's done. Hey, gee whiz J, Mr. Sir. I just got another talk accepted for React Summit. Or JS Nation, I forget which one, but same thing, tomato, tomato. Yeah. No word on if it'll be remote or in person, but I don't know. Just another excuse to go to New York. Yeah, JS Nation and React Summit are both in New York. Technically, they're in Jersey, but they claim New York. And that's why I was in town for Prime's thing, the Family Feud thing. Doesn't count. Yeah, I mean, it gets me into town. And yeah, just an excuse to go to New York. I'd like to go there a couple days early and stay a couple days after, maybe. See a bunch of comedy shows or something. It's a little spendy, but, you know, I don't mind. Yeah, it's a great excuse to go to New York. Yeah, yeah, and it is in November, for sure. Yep. Yeah, it's like usually November 18th or 19th or something. I mean, it depends on the time of day, Cosmosis. It's usually pretty safe. Yeah, I mean, we're not going to Detroit. Yeah, New York is expensive. Yeah, that's the big thing. Yeah, pretty much a lot of those boroughs are heavily gentrified. Yeah. Harlem, Brooklyn, like all those places are so gentrified, they're pretty damn safe. Now, I mean, you could still get mugged anywhere. You spent an ungodly amount of money on sushi last weekend. That sounds delicious. Yeah, not last year, but the year before, I stayed in Koreatown. And yeah, being like that close to Penn Station is a little sketchy. Um, there was a strip club like right around the corner from me. And walking home from that strip club one night, there was like a couple people milling around where if I was walking any further, I might have been a little worried. But this was also at like 5 a.m. Yeah, I never felt at all like I was in any danger when I've been to Atlanta and gone to the strip clubs there. Like any of that stuff, like totally fine. And yes, I like to travel and experience the strip clubs. As long as it's like not Seattle style strip clubs. I don't spend a lot of money there. It's nice to have a drink and enjoy a show. It depends on the strip club, LG. Yeah, it depends on the one. Um, if you go to Magic City, that is like, oh my god, it's an experience. I definitely went to that one the first time. And that one's not even gigantic. That one's kind of small, but it's crazy. People are just throwing money around like they're the Monopoly man. Um, Cheetah Lounge is one I really like. That one's really good. That's one that like CeeLo Green really like prefers. Like he was there one of the nights I went there. He's like in his special booth. He had his birthday there like the weekend before. Like, yeah, it was pretty cool. Like I've seen CeeLo Green in person. I didn't go up and get an autograph or anything, but yeah, that was kind of cool. And then there's even like Claremont Lounge, which is like a dive bar, which doesn't have any strippers that most people would actually want to take a look at, but it's like still a good dive bar. So yeah, I checked out Claremont Lounge. It was all right. I went back to Cheetah's right after. Oh yeah. I mean, it depends on the place. Here in Washington, the bottoms never come off, and you're not allowed to have alcohol. So like, do not go to strip clubs here in Washington. There's no point. And that's how California works too. Yeah. Okay. Sounds about right. Well, Cosmosis, they usually start with it. Like at most places I've ever been to, the dancer on the stage does 3 songs. They start out with the top and the bottom. The top comes off during the first song. Bottom comes off during the second song. Yeah, Portland. Portland is actually one of the best places to go for strip clubs. Portland is full nude, alcohol, and it's actually like the strip club capital of the US. There are more strip clubs per like square mile radius in downtown Portland than anywhere else in the US. It depends on where you are, I think, Dragonfleas. Um, I believe Montreal is actually like a hotbed for pornography, actually, which is why the strip clubs there go crazy. Yeah, there's like a shitload of porn stars that live in Montreal. I've never been to a Whataburger, but I wouldn't mind trying. And yeah, we're not trying to be crude, you know. I actually believe in the upward mobility of strip clubs. if done right, I think it's one of the ways that you can really coming from less means make enough money to get out of what are technically bad situations. But how often is it used that way? And that becomes the problem. But I consider strip clubs empowering more than exploitative. But it depends on where you are and the club itself and all that stuff. Yeah, I don't know. I'm a bit of a dirt bag. I'm not like a sleaze bag, though. But I just like to have a drink and enjoy a show. I'm not a big fan of lap dances. I think I've had like less than I can count on my hands. Like on one hand, even. But it's still, nice time to just go and hang out. It depends on the place. In Portland, you'll get a lot less of the aggressive, like, I don't know how to phrase it. Like in Vegas and Atlanta, it was the worst I've ever seen of, not the dancers on the stage, but the ones not dancing at the time, really trying to like hard sell you on like a backroom dance, And I'm just, no, thank you. New York's pretty bad too. In New York, like the private rooms are like $300, $500, like insane. So yeah, like not for me. But I'll hang out and drink whiskey. It tends to just be like a dive bar at that point, But like you're guaranteed like a good divey kind of like bar experience. Instead of just like the fancy hoity-toity bars. I love a good dive bar. Yeah, that sounds amazing. Yeah, that sounds pretty good. But yeah, it looks like I am approved for R2, but the reason I was is because they attached a credit card for it. And maybe that's what you're talking about there. Dragonfleas, was that you that asked? Or Cosmosis? Cosmosis, you're the one that asked. So basically, if they got your credit card, they'll approve you real quick, because who cares? I could double check. Hold on. Let me check the email. Password changed. Welcome to R2. Launch the dashboard. Yeah, they don't have any like other verification part. Yeah, seems fine. Yeah, they have the card. It's the business card, which is fine. The daily spend limit is more than I actually have in the account. So that's fun. Ooh, hold on. Wait. Before we do anything else. Wait. Is there no way to do this easily? Well, let's look at some of the photos real quick that we got from SquiggleConf last year. This is me speaking at SquiggleConf. This is going to be my first time even seeing these. So yeah, there's one. I thought Windows had a good way of like slide showing this BS. Damn, I was thinner back then. Hold on. Do I select all of them and then open? Oh god, no, that just opens all of them. How the oh god, I fucked up. I done fucked up. Is there, like, not a good Windows slideshow thing? It's a button on the folder's taskbar. Oh, and maybe part of the problem is that I didn't actually extract it. It's just like a zip. So maybe I need to extract all. Ah, that's it. So if I just open it after extracting, we're good. That's the issue. Okay. That was the problem. All right. So yeah, let's just start from the top. Wait, was that the first one? It is. All right. And I was like the second talk. I think people were still showing up when I was talking. All right, yeah, that one's good. I probably should have taken off the badge. Whatever. Hindsight's 2020. What I'm looking for is, are any of these something I should use as my new social media photo? That might be the last one. Okay, this is the last one. If I crop that one, that could be a good social media photo. That one maybe brightened up a bit. That one's not bad. All right. I don't know. Great photos. I just wish I had better poses in them. But yeah, no, that's cool. I just saw these. So that was from my talk at SquiggleConf last year. I will have a video of that on Wednesday that I can share. I'll tweet it out on social media and all, and I will make sure to tag the creators of Xdism. Let's get some music going, though. Yeah. But all right, so we've got a bucket created. What we need to do is we need to start writing the shell script for it. And honestly, like, shell scripts are things that LLMs are really good at. Yeah, we're Cloudflaring for the backup system, right? So we're going to do a dual bucket backup system. We're going to back up to Cloudflare and AWS. And we're going to be within the free tier for both. We're doing Cloudflare first, and then we'll add the other. Have I heard of Restic? No. Heard of Rustin? I was just going to use rclone. Interesting. Okay. For incremental backups, see, I don't need that. This is just going to be database backups. Now, so I'd rather have these database backups just be like snapshots in time, and I'll just clean up the old ones. Yeah, this is just for the SQL dump. No, so I get it. Rsync is fine, but rsync doesn't sync to buckets, right? Rsync is for SFTP, basically, right? Or, you know, SSH connections. You don't get an SSH connection to Cloudflare. There is rsync.net or whatever. There's like a service that you could rsync to, and then maybe they do some cool stuff. But yeah, like, no, I've used rsync in the past, but for what I'm doing right now, I need to store this in some cloud. I'm not shipping to another server. If I was doing like VPS to VPS backups, then sure. But for the cost, I think Cloudflare and AWS S3 are actually like a better choice. I'm just going to do daily backups. We're going to pare them down after 30 days and call it good. Maybe 60 days, because I don't think the cost is going to be heavy at all. You know, it's not worth paying $7 a month for Backblaze or $6 a month for Wasabi or any of that bullshit. So Restic could do it. Okay. I wonder, like, what value am I gaining? Like, rclone isn't that complicated either. You just did backups of a client's VPS with rsync to R2? rclone. That's what I thought. Because I was going to say, like, how do you do rsync to R2? But that, yeah, you answered my question. So yeah, rclone is what I would use. And I don't know, someone's recommending Restic. We can look at it. I don't think rclone's that complicated. I have used rsync. I've absolutely used rsync. It's just, I don't know. I don't think rsync is right for this use case. I'm trying to remember when I was using rsync. Yes, I understand that Terra console, but rsync is a command for backup cloning, but it is not S3 aware. We need to store these things in the cloud, not some other VPS. rsync is good for VPS to VPS, or VPS to your own local machine, or your own local machine to a VPS, or any of that stuff. rsync is not made for syncing to S3. Unless S3 exposes an rsync compatible endpoint. Maybe they do. I don't know about that. Um, 100 gigs within 40 to 60 minutes with rclone. Yeah, like rclone versus Restic is what we're considering right now, right? rsync is just, it's a different use case. It's a different thing. So either rclone or Restic. And that's all we're considering. I think either one would get us there. No, SCP does not work for S3. S3 is object storage. That is very different from connecting to some server. Like Terra Console, please just look it up at some point, because I'm tired of having to correct you. If you don't want to believe me, don't believe me, but it's getting really annoying for you to just not believe me and keep recommending these things that just don't apply. If SCP could work, rsync could work, because they're actually done over the same protocols or over the same connections. I believe they're both just SSH at the end of the day. You do not get SSH access to S3. I'm letting you know that now. That's what I said a while ago when you recommended rsync. So the fact that you're recommending SCP means that I don't think you understand what you're recommending. If rsync doesn't work, SCP doesn't work either. Because they both happen over SSH, as far as I remember. There you go, A-Rider. Totally. Totally. Right. SFTP, because why not? SCP, SSH. It's all the same mechanism for those things. But they just don't apply for the problem we're solving. Yeah, so, I mean, keep this in mind. The database we're backing up is most likely not going to get beyond a couple hundred megabytes for a long fucking time. Like, right now, the database would fit within less than, like, a megabyte. You know? When we're in production with a bunch of users, it'll still be fine. Yeah, I'll never push beyond the free tier of any of this shit. Yeah, R2 free tier and AWS free tier will solve all of these problems just fine. Yeah, the egress cost is never going to be a problem, right? All I'm going to be doing is pulling a single, right? Just pulling a single thing to, like, restore a backup. Yeah, egress costs aren't going to get me no matter what anyway. You're getting your free OMG Elite cable. There you go. Hold on. Did you see that post? You should only use the Denon AKDL1. Obviously. Obviously. I only make $6.25 an hour at Jack in the Box, but I saved up for 3 months so I could have this cable. It sits in a shrine I constructed next to my futon in Mother's basement. I only gave it 4 stars in my review because I can't find music that is worthy enough to flow through this utterly perfect interconnect. Here's another review. My best friend and I hooked up this Denon cable to my hi-fi system. Unfortunately, my little sister, just before being grounded, turned on the CD player before me and my bud were ready. We tried to make it to the couch, but the wave of incredible audio clarity enveloped us like an exploding nebula. I've never heard a Genesis CD sound so beautiful and yet be so terrified at the same time. My best friend sacrificed himself going behind the stereo system to reroute power to the out-of-phase amplifier. I buried my friend in a coffin the shape of a Star Trek branded MP3 player, to boldly go where no audio has gone before. The Denon AK-DL1 cables increase polarized hyperbaric Ethernet throughput to over 70 petabytes per second. This cable is the first in a series of nanomolecular parapolarized transparent aluminum cabling, soon to be standard in all Denon audiophile equipment. Since carefully installing the Denon cables using the provided surgical gloves, my system is stabilized in Hilbert space. Apparently, the Denon AK-DL1 performs polarized nanoscale quantum tunneling by using a custom transparent aluminum cable matrix to push parameterized Vorgon particles through a dark fiber phase variant Heisenberg compensator. How they accomplish this for only $500, I don't know. Can we also just say kudos to me for saying all of those words properly? All right, so last but not least, I had my doubts when I decided to lay out the big bucks for a cable. Little did I know, or frankly truly appreciate, the goodness that it would bring to not only my entertainment mecca, but my life in general. Ever since I brought this little bit of cable sunshine into my house, my life has just taken off. Everything sounds and just feels better because of what I'm referring to as the cable goodness spillover effect. You name it, it sounds better. Garage door opener, dishwasher, washing machine, it doesn't matter. I've also noticed that women are really looking at me a lot. I mean, a lot. You can just see the lust in their eyes. It makes me feel so good, yet so dirty. Thank you, Denon, for changing my life for the better. Anxiously awaiting the arrival of $1,000 and higher cables to get to the next level of existence. No, I'm not sold on it, A-Rider. Pronam, honestly, they're not far off. Zero latency, lossless audio can only be achieved with quantum cables. Yeah, I get it. For sure. You got to collapse the waveform. You got to get away from this hologram that we live in and get to the 2D plane. Totally understandable. Damn, do I need to write a review? I might need to write a review. I know, A-Rider. This isn't even the one that you're talking about. How dare I? This is just some bullshit Ethernet. We're not talking about the USB cable you're talking about. Totally different thing. No, it's just something that someone recommended in the comments of the bullshit cable I was talking about. I mean, sorry, the OMG cable I was talking about. Yeah, audio files are easier to milk than a cow. High purity, 5% silver. Yeah, like, dude. The bullshit is strong with this one. This is Basil Hayden. It's okay. I believe this is made by Jim Beam, right? Yeah, yeah. Artfully aged by the James B. Beam Distilling Company. So, you know, like, yeah, Jim Beam owns a bunch of, like, brands. Old Granddad is another good one. Old Granddad is nice because Jim Beam bought it and hasn't changed a thing about it. Like, absolutely nothing has been changed about Old Granddad, which is kind of cool. There's only one bar I go to and drink Old Granddad at, and that is the Screwdriver in Seattle. They're the only one that I even know that has it, but also the one that's not going to charge me an arm and a leg for it. Arm and a leg for it. Dude, make your own whiskey, A-Rider. I'd drink it. I'd buy that for $1. That's a solid reference for people that get it. Yeah, it takes a long fucking time unless you're making moonshine. You made your own hot sauce, but you can't sell it? I mean... wait, with the one bar paradigm? No, I mean, I go to other bars. There's only one bar that sells that whiskey, and only one bar I get that whiskey at. And not only one bar that sells that whiskey, but only one bar that sells that whiskey for a reasonable price. For some reason, people think they can charge an arm and a leg for Old Granddad, but it's actually kind of a cheap whiskey. It's just that you can't get it everywhere. Dude, Basil Hayden is super cheap at Costco. That's the thing that blows my mind. Like, some of these whiskeys are so fucking cheap, but some of the bars sell them for like $20 a shot. When it's like, dude, a whole bottle of it costs $28 at Costco. An entire fucking bottle costs $28 at Costco, but you can find bars in Seattle charging $20 for a shot or like a pour of Basil Hayden. And that's fucking insane. Like, it's just crazy, man. So yeah, in general, I typically get Four Roses because that's a really good whiskey that's about the same price point, but bars don't recognize it as like a commodity. So you can get like reasonable Four Roses shots in a lot of bars. In some places, it's the Well. Those are my favorite bars. I'm trying to remember which places here in Seattle have Four Roses as their well. But they exist. They totally exist. But yeah, real quick. Hey, Ryder, if you're worried about regulations and testing for hot sauce, I'm pretty sure alcohol is even worse. Licensing, etc. Like, I'm pretty sure alcohol is way worse. That actually makes sense. Yeah, you don't want it going bad too quick. Okay. Interesting. So it's about the pH and acidity, which is the same thing. Huh. Just go the other way and make it basic. And then you're good. It's just a nice basic hot sauce. If anyone doesn't know, that shit'll kill people. I actually had someone who was somewhat smart. Like they were like a math major in college kind of person, like smart, that had no fucking clue about chemistry. No fucking clue. And they were growing weed and they didn't understand how pH worked. It was hilarious. So I'm sitting there, I'm chatting with them, and I'm like, man, my stomach's upset. I need to drink some milk. And they're like, you know, milk has acid in it, right? Lactic acid. Like, that's just going to upset your stomach more. And it's like, motherfucker, this is why your weed sucks. Lactic acid is less acidic than my stomach acid. That's how that fucking works. You're not going to drink a base and survive. Like, come on. Fuck off. Like, dude. Like, yeah, hydrochloric. Yep, exactly. As long as you're drinking something less acidic than that, it will settle your stomach a bit. But it's funny because they thought they were being real smart with it because they failed high school chemistry. I didn't even take high school chemistry, and I knew that shit. I grew weed once and grew way better weed than I ever had from them. It's just like the funny, confidently incorrect of it, which is always fun. That's why I don't do what professionally? Grow weed? No, because it's a pain in the ass, and the licensing process was kind of flawed when it first rolled out here in Washington. I have friends that grow weed legally. Like, absolutely. Yeah, for sure. They sell to dispensaries and everything. Yeah, like, no, totally legally. Yeah, Washington State's awesome. Now, the weed I grew was not legal, but that's way past statute of limitations, so we're good. But here in Washington, yeah, no, I totally have like old snowboard friends that grow copious amounts of marijuana legally. I also have some friends that grow way more not legally. But I haven't talked to them for over 10 years, so it's probably fine. I'm sure they stopped and became nice, upstanding citizens. Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, Cosmosis for sure. Yeah, the outdoor thing is gnarly. The problem with outdoor is just the pests, right? Like aphids and all the other bullshit. When I did it, I had to do like CO2 to cut down on the aphids and also like increase the growth. And you can just do like a brewer's yeast inside of a 2 liter bottle, poke holes in the top, and you're good. Brewer's yeast and sugar water. That's how you can do like the CO2 thing. What up, Janhua? Mr. Sir. I just got word that I got accepted to React Summit again for a lightning talk. Unlikely I'll be giving it at the event, but I'll just record it and call it good. So yeah, I'll probably do the New York trip again. I may have another ticket to give away if you want. I know you weren't that stoked, but I think maybe that's because you just weren't feeling that well. I believe it's going to be in November. I haven't double checked the dates, but yeah, I think it'll be fine. You don't do CO2. You're not trying to pump 1500 PAR indoors. It's cool, though, that those guys following the vapor pressure deficits. Yeah, like, no, mine was just enough to, like, increase yield and dissuade the aphids. I also built some aphid traps. Those are pretty easy to build. You do the same thing. You take a 2 liter, you cut off the top and invert it, and then you throw, like, some, like, rotting bullshit. And, like, yeah, like, they'll fly in and won't be able to fly out. Robert Tables, you could totally do that in your garden. You know, if you're hating the aphids in your garden, you could totally just, like, take a 2 liter, invert it, right? Take the top, do it. Because then the way they, like, take off flying, they can't ever get out. Because they have to, like, get going forward to take off. So they'll never be able to, like, fly out through the hole that they fly in through. And I mean, the few that do, doesn't matter. Yeah, I mean, so here's the big thing. When you are in flowering, are you doing, like, hold on, wait, Cosmosis, you're still doing outdoor, right? Or if you're doing indoor, what light cycle do you do? Do you do 18:6 or 12:12? Oh, you do indoor now. Okay. I did 18:6, but that's like one of the major, like, dichotomies. Do you do 18:6 or 12:12? No, for veg, you should do 24. Nah, for veg, you should be doing 24-hour. Nah, they don't need to sleep. Nah, not at all. Not during veg. All right, all right. I mean, this is where people really, like, argue about this stuff. At 18:6, though, it's not a proper veg cycle. Well, I mean, I guess it's kind of what they get naturally outdoors, but yeah, I don't know. Yeah, 12:12 is the way to make them, like, flower. Like, if you're doing 18:6. See, I did 24, and then I just flipped them to 18:6, and whew, I got some good shit, man. Theoretically, Cosmosis, but, like, dude, if you're doing 24 and you do an 18:6, that'll trigger it too. As long as you're strict about, like, no extra light. right? If you get extra light in there, like, you fuck up the whole thing. Oh, that makes sense there, Cosmosis, right? So if you're really doing it like at a commercial-ish level, the cost can matter. Ah, okay. And I would assume that you're like alternating, like, in your veg, you're doing metal halide, and then in your flowering, you're doing HPS. I've heard plasmas are really nice too. Oh, LED. Interesting. I've never had a friend speak highly of LED. Like, the yield they get from plasma and like HPS is just, it's not even worth considering. Oh, so modern day LEDs are nice. Okay, okay. I'll take that. Yeah, again, I'm operating on 10-year-old information, at least at this point. Okay. No, that makes sense. I get it. I get you. So for people out there wondering what the hell we're talking about, HPS is high pressure sodium, and those are typically like those orange like street lights that you see that are super fucking bright, but they're like 30 feet off the ground. Those are HPS lights. Those same things in your grow room will really, really kick off like a flowering period, because they're also like the light spectrum that matters, right? They're that like warm light spectrum. Yeah, that's fine, Cosmos. Let's go for it. Yeah, someone was telling me the plasmas are actually like the way to go for that, like that white, like that. Like, technically, plasma you can use for both because it sits like right there in the middle of the light spectrum. I don't know. I got lucky, like Google was good to me, but I also had friends that were experts. One of my favorite things is the plant I grew. Like, I cured it and did all that, and I'm sitting there hanging out with one of my friends who's an expert, and he's like breaking off a chunk, smoking it, like, you grew this? Oh my God. Like, dude, he was like, the fact that he was so hyped on it is one of my like proudest moments as a grower. Yeah, high pressure sodium is still one of the most common streetlights you'll find in the US too. Wasn't even that. It was like the person who, like, I had smoked ounces and ounces and ounces of like the weed they've grown in the past because it's what they do. The fact that they were like, like, man, that was amazing. For them to say that was like a really proud moment. I also had one of those like Fibonacci strains. Like, one of my plants grew. You know how like typically when the plants grow, it's like, at each node or like step of the growth, it's just branch out and then it alternates, branch out, right, at a 90-degree pattern. Instead, I had one where at each like node or level of the stalk, it did 3, and it alternated at 45. I fully hit one of the Fibonacci plants. Yeah, later, Baffleturd. Have a good night. Yeah, Cosmosis. You ever seen one of those Fibonacci plants? I think you'll only ever get it if you grow from seed. If you're growing from cutting, you'll pretty much never get it. But yeah, I got one of the Fibonacci plans. I don't know. That's the way my friend called it, right? When I showed him like photos and talked about it, he's like, "Of course, your first time you get the golden ratio plan." Also, another person that had grown a shitload of weed. I don't know if you guys know this. In the snowboard world, there's a lot of weed. Oh, there's a lot of weed. I know multiple people that have been popped going across state lines with pounds upon pounds upon pounds. I never did anything like that. But I know people that did. Again, way back in the day, past statute of limitations. Take it easy. Hold on, wait. What was this notification I just got? Oh, hold on. I'm definitely joining the Oh My Zish Discord. Yeah, damn right. I don't know. Whatever. Yeah, my favorite thing of SquiggleConf last year is I had to give a talk right after Robbie Russell, the guy who created Oh My Zish. And he is a super chill dude. If you're looking for like cool ambient guitar music, his band makes like, like explosions in the sky, but somewhat mellower, like kind of ambient post rock. And it's pretty cool. Like pretty damn cool. Okay. There you go, Tommy. Good luck. That's awesome. I think you still need to work on building a proper back end. So hold on. Here we go. Let's do like let's do the Melky Theo whatever thing. Oh wow, they still got some of that. What I would say is make sure that you're following something like this, where you got a back end, you got a middle layer between them, and then you got your front end. Right? So this right here is the REST API. Oh my god. I don't know. This is so fucking broken. Whatever. All right. Scaladraw, you're failing me in this moment. I give up. What I was going to say, though, is, Tommy, you should make sure you build a proper canonical REST API. And then the Next.js thing, the backend for that could still hit that REST API if you need to, or you could hit it directly from your front end as you need. But the goal should be that you don't treat Next.js and its API as a canonical API because it incurs way too much overhead for every request, right? Like there's just too much other bullshit to do to resolve that request to your backend to resolve that data. Instead, treat Next.js as purely just a backend for front end for your front end, and then your REST API is this thing that lives on its own that simply spits out data and is massively performant. So that's why I still recommend you just do the back end approach they recommend at Free Code Camp, etc. If they recommended Next.js for teaching you backend, well, shit, you should probably stop listening to them. And all right, yeah. I'm looking at it now. There, Cosmosis. Okay. All right. I don't know. I feel like those nugs could be a bit denser. They do look nice and crystally. That might be what I'm seeing. They're sativa. Okay. Like, I did hybrids. Oh, I see. Yeah. No, totally. Yeah, the one that you did the video of. Those look nice and dense. Like, at least the ones I'm seeing. Those look good. Well, I mean, I'd rather have a smaller cola, but have it be like a weapon as far as its density, you know? Okay. Well, there you go. Yeah, I mean, it's hard to tell from here. I'm just saying. You're doing whatever you want to do. If you're happy with the product, that's all that matters. Yeah, so at this point, I just think I appreciate the link to Restic. I think I still want to just go with Arclone. I think I would prefer Restic for other things. I don't know what I would use Restic for if I wanted to do like incremental. What's a good use case for incremental backups? Like file system stuff, right? So Cosmosis, think of Restic as more like rsync, but S3 compatible. Is that a good way of understanding that? Just trying to think, like, I can't think of a reason why I'd want to use incremental backups for a REST API. Like, seems to me like it's better for backing up, like, whole file systems, or whole file trees, at least. But I just need to back up a single file. Oh, there you go. Yeah, that last photo you sent there, Cosmosis, that looks good. As far as I know, rsync is not S3 compatible. Yeah, like you need rclone for that. Yeah, AWS S3 sync, sure, that's a different thing. Yeah, like, that's what I'm getting at, Cosmosis. I don't think rsync can actually do that. Yeah, not natively. Yeah, you need rclone. And rclone might be a wrapper around rsync, but it's a different thing. That's what I'm getting at. I know rsync does incremental backup, but not to S3. which is why you need something like Restic. We're only talking about syncing to object storage. If you're talking about syncing between VPSs, that's just not a problem I give a shit about right now. I don't fucking care. It's not the problem we're talking about. That's not the context. So rsync cannot do that, and that's why I want to push back on those statements. I think you mean rclone. Yeah, that's what we're getting at. We had someone else earlier saying, like, doesn't rsync do all this? And the answer is just no, it doesn't. Not for the target that we're targeting. Whereas Restic does do incremental backup to S3, etc. And maybe it's rsync based. I don't know. I don't fucking care. That doesn't matter. Rsync doesn't do it natively. At that point, rsync is not a concern. It's not something I'm thinking about at all right now. I'm not backing up to another fucking VPS. I'm not backing up over SSH. I'm pretty much never going to do that. I'm going to use someone's fucking cloud storage that is object storage, like R2 with Cloudflare or S3 with AWS, and that's it. I'm not going to do the other thing. So rsync is basically verboten at this point. I don't want to hear another person fucking recommend rsync because they're not thinking about the right problem. You know, like a good comment with the wrong context is a shitty comment. Right? I think we can all recognize that. It falls into the, well, if my mom had, or if my grandma had wheels, she'd be a wheelbarrow. It has no effect on the conversation we're actually trying to have. All right, so let me use the restroom. I'll be right back. I need to pour some water too. All right, and I'm back. So yeah, I'm thinking our clone is the solution we're going to go with. Exactly. Right? Right? The documentation, like basically everything we could possibly want to do is documented and common case. So yes, our clone is it. Decision's been made. That's all there is to it. Maybe Cosmosis. I get it. All right, so we got a bash script. We could vibe code this bash script. So our plans. Wait, what was the look on my face? I couldn't see it. I can't see the look on my own face most of the time. Yeah, how's it going, Kevin? Mr. Sir. And I forget, you're not in New York at the time, right? I feel like you moved inward. You don't have to say where. But you're not in New York, correct? I was just going to say, I got accepted for a talk at React Summit, which is in New York in November. So yeah, just looking for who I'm going to be hanging out with. Oh, you're actually going to be back in New York City by then. So wait, like you moved inland and you didn't like it, so now you're moving back to NYC? Oh, interesting. Well, shit, man. Yeah, if you want to go see like a comedy show or something, I plan on getting into town like a couple days early and maybe staying a couple days later. I don't do a lot of vacationing, so an excuse to go to New York is an excuse to go to New York. Oh, okay. Down for a comedy show. Yeah, sounds good. Feel free to bring the fiance. And wait, hold on. Is that news? Is that something I maybe missed on social media? If so, congrats, man. I don't think I caught that. I don't think I caught that she graduated from GF to fiance. That's awesome, man. Congratulations, dude. Oh, you just say GF online to troll? Oh, okay. Yeah, I must have missed that. I don't know. I think I missed the fiance one. I still see like the GF posts, so that's what I saw. If I really like delve deep, I think I'm remembering at least like something, but I don't know. But yeah, cool, man. Congratulations again. Yeah, cheers to you. Man, yeah, feel free to bring them. Like, I will let you know, what show and what date times. Like, you know, like so we can all like book seats next to each other. G, who is Jay, who was here earlier, went and saw a show with him and Jianhua last year. Yeah, for sure. It's not 100%. I haven't bought tickets yet or anything, but I mean, an excuse to go to New York? Why not? Even though, like, yeah, my talk is probably going to be remote, which just means I can party more. That sounds way better. That sounds way better. So yeah, I don't mind doing the remote talk and just going and hanging out. It's what I've done the past 2 years. Yeah, yeah, it'll be a good time. Are you going to TwitchCon this year? I feel like I asked you and I forgot already. I am definitely going to TwitchCon. Yeah, yeah, for sure. To me, that's the most relevant like hangout party conference I can think of. You know, like Render ATL, sure, that's fun. But dude, when I go to like TwitchCon, I can't help but run into people I know. That's the best part. That is so much like the best part to me. Just the hangout session of some of these conferences is just, it's the best. Yeah, like it's just so cool, you know? Yeah, I don't think I'd miss TwitchCon on purpose for anything. Like if I end up double booking myself, I'll probably still end up taking like a red eye from wherever I am to get to TwitchCon just to hang out. Yeah, it's just such a good time. Even though San Diego sucks. No offense to Glasses who lives in San Diego. I don't know. Gaslamp District is meh. I've still never had a meal there that I was like, oh my god, this is a reason to come to San Diego. Oh my god. Like, nah. Dude, the tacos there fucking suck. I've had good tacos at 2 of like the 10 places I've tried. Which blows my mind because I know people who are like, who lived here in Washington and were like, God, the tacos here in Washington just don't compare. I'd rather eat at almost any taco truck here in Washington than any taco restaurant I've been to in San Diego. Yeah, no. Because they do like the Tijuana like wet taco in San Diego, where they just drown out how dry their fucking meat is with a bunch of shit sauce on top. I don't need some fucking liquidy avocado guacamole sauce on top of my really dry fucking carne asada. Could you just cook a good carne asada instead? Now, speaking of, hold on, there's that bit, LA. Right? Was this about LA? Robert Tables, if you're out there, man, I would have expected you to pull that command. So yeah, obviously Robert Tables isn't here right now because he would have done that LA clip. But if anyone here has ever watched Letterkenny, right? Oh, what, you never had a taco in LA? Right? You talk to someone from LA about tacos, they're going to think you're a fucking asshole if you haven't had tacos in LA. It's just a tortilla, meat, and something. Shit, I forget the quote now. I haven't seen it in ages. No, we mean Los Angeles for sure. LA. And they never shut the fuck up about hiking. What's this? What, you never heard them? Oh, hiking this, hiking that, Runyon Canyon, blah, blah, blah. It's just an asshole's word for walking. I wasn't born yesterday. It's just an asshole's word for walking. I wasn't born yesterday. Yeah, exactly, Cosmosis. Yeah, our clone is plug and play. That's why we're doing it. We were just considering Restic because someone recommended it. And it seems nice for, I think, other cases. I think Restic is basically closer to rsync for incremental backups of things where you need incremental backups. But for a SQL dump, you don't need incremental backup. And in fact, I would actually push against incremental backup for SQL dumps. I want them to be a self-contained snapshot in time. I'm sure there are other cases for it. Like if you're storing like image uploads locally and then syncing them for backup. Okay, I can see that. That makes sense. You only, sync up the stuff that's changed. Sure, that's fine. We don't have image uploads. We don't have like user uploads in this application, and I wouldn't store those locally anyway. So yeah, I don't know. Restic, who recommended Restic? I just want to double check. Was that you, Kenny? I know someone recommended it, and I'm not saying they're wrong because their use case is probably totally right. I just want to know what that use case was. Yeah, I'd have to look back in chat real quick. It was before we started talking about weed. Yeah, I think we lost the history and context of that. I'm sure Restic serves some really good use cases, just not for what we need at the moment, which is fine. But yeah, let's hammer this out. So dump SQL to file. Is it really just mix ecto dump? No way. Remove migrations? No, I don't think I want to do that. I don't know. I don't understand that part, actually. All right, so we let Super Maven vibe code the hell out of what we're doing here. I don't... All right. So Tommy, the big thing is simply do not treat Next.js as your actual backend. There are things that the Next.js, like, server side of things is good for, but you shouldn't treat it as the full API. It's a rare case where it should act as a REST API in a canonical way. So learn to build a proper REST API with a framework that's actually good at building REST APIs. Next.js is not good at building REST APIs. It's capable, it's not good at it. You're going to incur way too much overhead for it. No, any JSON, no single server-side rendered front-end framework, Svelte kit, solid, whatever they call it, like, none of those things are actually good at making a canonical REST API. There are REST API frameworks in whatever language you want to use that are better for that process. You're misunderstanding JSON. You're trying to start some fucking bullshit argument, maybe. I don't know. You're missing the point. Build an API, right? A proper REST API with a framework that's actually good at doing so. None of the front-end focused server-side rendered frameworks should be your canonical REST API. Not a single one of them. None of them. Not Nuxt, not Next, not SvelteKit, not Solid Start, not TanStack. None of those fucking assholes are actually good at building a proper REST API. They don't have the utilities for it, the middleware, like all the shit that you would expect from a proper framework to scaffold API endpoints. None of them are good at that. And they shouldn't be, because that's not where they fit. Build a properly performant back-end REST API that only just spits out JSON and consume that from wherever the fuck you want. And then, if you want to pick SvelteKit or SolidStart or Next or Nuxt or whatever, I don't fucking care. But do not make those be your canonical backend. Cal.com made that mistake, and it was a miserable developer experience. It was fucking terrible. Running 3 Next.js applications was a terrible fucking idea. It only works if you got 64 gigs of RAM. And even then, it still sucks. I would rather build a REST API in Ruby on Rails than Next.js. And I push back on Ruby. Recognize that Ruby is great still. Developer productivity is your most expensive resource. You can just throw servers at it to solve that problem. But you know what? You can get the same better experience from something like Django or Spring Boot or fucking Elixir, right? Or Phoenix in Elixir. There are frameworks that are made for building REST APIs. Use those when you're building a REST API. Don't shoehorn Next.js into doing so. And that is an old school fucking term to shoehorn something, right? Who here even owns a shoehorn? Who here even knows what a shoehorn is? I'm sure there's someone over the age of 50 here that knows what a shoehorn is. So technically, this is like the simplest shoehorn. Right? It's like a thing you put to like feed your foot into the shoe because your foot doesn't fit the shoe, or like it's some bullshit. Like, oh my god, you gotta be some super boomer shit to need a 3-foot long shoehorn. Like, that is some super boomer shit right there. Dude, this is some super fucking boomer shit, dude. What the fuck, man? Yeah, your dad has one. Most of y'all, your dad has one. This is a shoehorn. To cram your foot into a shoe because you didn't want to actually like untie the laces or some bullshit. But you don't want to crunch down the back and make it lose its like form, you know? It's a way of cramming a foot into a shoe in a way where it technically doesn't fit right. What I'm thinking of, hold on, what's the other thing, right? Shoe, wood thing holds form. These fucking things. I always thought this was a shoehorn, but this is a shoe tree. Totally different thing. But same idea. Who here owns a fucking shoe tree? Your dads might. Yeah, your grandfather had one, obviously. Because they're buying shoes that just don't fit them. They're buying shoes that will, like, shrink up. And then they're going to get major fucking blisters and calluses when they try and put these weird-ass dress shoes back on. Who here owns a pair of proper dress shoes? Nah, man. I got sneakers that are just black suede. Problem solved. If you're lucky, I'll get a pair, like, if you want me to go to your wedding or some shit, I'll get a pair that has the black sole instead of, like, the gum-colored sole. Sure, right? That brown or whatever. I'll get black-on-black shoes for a fancy event. But they're still sneakers. Because I value my comfort more than I care about your decorum. Damn right. FN Goofs. Wait, hold on. What name did you have previously? It is Perpskirp? Okay, I was going to say, like, come on. That's a name I do not recognize, but you got the sword. No, that's cool, man. How you been? No, it's okay. Yeah, why the name change? I'm curious about that. We were just talking about weed earlier. Where were you? No, I get that, Tommy. I understand. Totally get it. I understand the use case for a shoehorn, but the phrase of shoehorning something into something still makes sense, right? Shoving something into something that it doesn't really fit right. Someone's mind just went to the gutter. Come on, get your mind out of the gutter. Take it easy. Yeah. Like the back of a Volkswagen? That's the joke someone should have gotten. That's the joke someone would have understood if they're old enough to know the movie I'm talking about. Right? Shoving something into something where it just doesn't fit right. What? Like the back of a Volkswagen? Damn it. Are there people out there that don't know the reference I'm making? You can make me feel really old at this point. All right. Y'all have homework. Y'all need to watch the movie Mallrats. This is your homework now. I want a 3-page essay by Friday. If you don't write the essay, at least understand the schooner sailboat reference. Would you like a chocolate-covered pretzel? All these are going way over your guys' heads, and this is a problem. In this household, we watch Mallrats. All right, so here's a quick question. New York City natives, what is the best comedy show to go to? I've only ever been to Gotham Comedy Club. Are there, like, should I go to, like, what is it? Something Underground? Like, are those the better shows? Because here in Seattle, we don't have stand-up comedy. Like, there's like one place here in Seattle, like Parlor Live or some shit, and it's bullshit. Yes, there's Laughs. I guess they do comedy at Hereafter. I always forget about that one. Emerald City. I guess, no, there's a few. There's even one over here in Bellevue that they don't recognize. I feel like Parlor Live is the one in Bellevue. There's actually more comedy clubs than I thought. There's one right there in. Interesting. All right. Yeah, there's one in Fremont. No, none of these. Laughs, I think, is the only one. All right. So Laughs is the move, or I need to find a comedian I want to go see at Hereafter. Emerald City could be good. Yeah. All right. So there's more comedy clubs than I thought. I don't think they're nearly as good as a New York City comedy club. All right. Anyway. Ooh, we're at the end of the whiskey that I got in this bottle. I got more, but I gotta walk downstairs for it. All right, so let's think about this though. They auto completed a bunch of buckets for me. Messijo Prod DB, I think actually works. So hold on. All right, mix ecto dump fails. PG dump in path. Guarantee it's available before running ecto commands. Ooh. All right. So what's the thing that I need to do this? Yeah, so we don't have PG dump. Hmm. Yeah, I don't have any of this shit locally. I'm not running in a VM. How is Ecto working otherwise? We did use that. That's it. That's it. Okay, so because we're on a Mac and we installed via Postgres.app, that's why we have the issue of it not being found. But now we can mix ecto dump and they dump it to priv repo structure.sql. Yeah, dude. Our database right now, with its seating and everything, is 24K. Like, dude, it would be a very nice problem to have if this becomes larger than 100 meg. But we run into the issue that this script that we created is actually incorrect. We do a second one. Does it keep the original? Nah, it just overwrites it. Yep. So I don't mind actually like leaving that as part of the DB because it's never going to be huge. Or not part of the DB, part of the file system. Like, we don't necessarily need to remove it. I think I'm okay with, like, we don't necessarily need to remove it, but that part right there, it's actually going to be priv/repo /structure.sql. Now here's the tricky part. So yeah, right? Like if this is running from the host machine instead of the Docker container, how do we want that to work? All right, I feel like this is a good leaving off point. We need to finish this part up and then move on to the right? And yeah, what up, Luigi? How you doing? Luigi. You're catching us towards the end of stream today. Charlie Codes IO, thank you for the follow, and Robro Sailor, thank you for that follow too. Welcome. Yeah, we got this backup script. It's pretty lightweight. There's more work we need to do with it, but I didn't sleep that well last night, so I want to make sure I get to sleep at a more reasonable hour tonight. I also need to get food in my belly. So yeah, we'll come back here tomorrow and we'll start knocking some of this out. And yeah, maybe tonight, maybe tomorrow morning, I do some more of like the account setup stuff. I have had enough of the whiskey that I don't know if I want to do account setup stuff tonight. So maybe that's something I do on like tomorrow and Wednesday. So yeah, I think we're at a good point. You know, 7:30 p.m. We've been going for a few hours. It's only 5.5 hours, but yeah. Let's figure out who we go raid. Who is even streaming right now? And what up, Lamb? Thank you for the follow. Welcome. Someone's doing some Rust, Roni Rollin', and they are ringing the telephones. That could be a fun stream. We see Z.A. Shaw as well. Last Miles killing it all. Oh, wow. Last Miles got a haircut. Oh, crazy. I don't think I've ever seen him with short hair. All right, so Rust or C++? What do y'all think? Bueller. Bueller. Nobody has a preference, huh? Well, I don't remember rating Roni Rollin anytime soon. Oh, hold on, wait. Almost looks like they're doing game dev, though. I would like to keep it to non-game dev. So let's go raid Zed A. Shaw. He's also a good dude. All right, so we're going to go red Zed A. Shaw. Good stuff. He's doing a no brain rot stream. 80s style, hand-coded, hand-painted, and he's doing game dev too. Fuck it, whatever. Can't escape the game dev. I wish there was more web dev in the category. But you know what? Is what it is. We're going to go say hi. We're going to have a good old time. I'll be over on Gaming Channel. No idea what I'm going to be doing on Gaming Channel. But that's where I'll be later tonight as I cook some food and hang out and do some other stuff. I could do pot pies, and that's probably the move. I don't know. We'll start out watching something. Not sure. Yeah, I don't know. Timer's taken down. You'll have to go there and find out. How about that? But later, everyone. Later, YouTube. Later, Twitch. See ya. Cheers. I'll see you tomorrow.